Hello, everyone. I hope that you are doing well today. Let's see, announcements. Enjoy the new music that has been added to the queue, if you will. So for the wait screens, we now have some extra songs which come from the soundtrack to Strawberry Jam, which is a Celeste mod that I have been playing, but all of the music is copyright free, and some of it is very, very good. So enjoy that, I hope. We're going to start with a puzzle today. And then after the puzzle, we're going to set a puzzle that I have a fairly crazy idea for, so we'll see how it goes. But we're going to attempt to at least make a puzzle. We've had good success in previous attempts, so we'll see if we have good success this time. Hey, Isabella, and it's Avocado, Marty, Knitting, and Peter, by the way. So we're going to start with the puzzle that's been most voted for by supporters. So the supporters who voted for this puzzle are David, Dorlier, Russ, Nell, Luda, Ken, and Norty. So thank you all. Hey, Screaming Ice Cube, welcome. All right. So normal Sudoku rules, and then we have Ziffer lines, not to be confused, I suppose, with zipper lines. Each pair of digits that are an equal distance away from the center spot on the line have the same difference. The difference will appear in the center spot. So if this is a 1, it means this pair of digits differ by 1, and this pair of digits differ by 1, and this pair of digits differ by 1, and this pair of digits differ by 1, for example, and so on down the line. The purple is probably not. The purple is an ambitious choice, we'll say. So on down the line, and the same for each of these. In this puzzle, digits on a Ziffer spot also indicate how many Ziffer spots contain that digit. So basically, we have these sort of counting circle kinds of things in these cells. Let's count them together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there are 9 total circles. And each digit says, so if one of them is a 1, which I think one of them has to be a 1, then there's only one 1. And if there's a 2, then there's 2 2s. If there's a 9, then they're all 9s, which seems unlikely. But we'll figure it out from there. But the key thing to note is the digits that appear in these numbers have to add to 9, because there are 9 total circles, provided that I counted correctly. Okay, and the black dot, oh, I love the single black dot. Marty knows the key to my heart. The single black dot here says that these have a ratio of 1 to 2. One is double the other. All right, so we've got to think about why these two cells have to be a 1-2 pair is my guess as to what we have to do. So how do I prove that these have to be a 1-2 pair in some intelligible way? So there are 4 pairs of numbers that are this many apart from each other. So certainly there are 4 pairs of numbers that are 1 apart. Are there 4 pairs of numbers that are 3 apart? I don't think there are 4 pairs of numbers that are 3 apart, right? Because if I add, the only numbers I can add 3 to oh no, 2, okay, so 2 doesn't work, right? Okay, so Chad is convincing me that 2 actually doesn't work, because if it's a 2, then oh, my camera brightness is bad. Zach reset. Did the Zach reset work? It looks like the Zach reset worked. Yeah, so 2 doesn't actually work because then everything would have to be the same. Everything would have to pair with something of the same parity, but that would be a problem because there would be 3 evens. And for that matter, 5 odds. Okay, so can't be 2. And for that matter, any even number. And so we know this is odd. These numbers are odd. Sorry, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. But assuredly, as I... my number pad is doing its thing again. I might have to restart my computer. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to restart my computer, unfortunately. Tristan knows how to do this. But I'm going to need to wait for advice from him to figure out exactly how to get this set up. Because otherwise it'll crash the stream and everything, and I want to avoid that. Anyway, meanwhile, as an exercise to the reader, while Tristan restarts my laptop, let's figure out, convince yourselves that these can't be 7 or 9 for sure. Wait, is it working now? It's at least having lower lag now. Let's see if we can fake it. Okay, so it's certainly not 9. I can say that much. It might work. Okay, it's certainly not 9 because there aren't any numbers with a difference of 9. If you think about the numbers with a difference of 7, it's only 1, 8, and 2, 9. That's not enough of them. And so if we put 3 in the middle, Martin says that's going to be a problem with 1, 4, 7. Let's see. Do I believe that? Yeah, so if you think about it, the numbers 1, 4, and 7 are only 3 away from numbers in the set 1, 4, 7. And that doesn't work. Or, as the way Garian says it, both 1 and 7 would need the 4, so that doesn't work. So in fact, these numbers are a 1-5 pair. Okay, that surprises me, I'll admit. And so there need to be 5 5s in these circles. And of course, those can't be 5s. And no additional 1s. So that means I need 4 of these cells to be 5. It's not immediate. Of course, these can't both be 5, but that's okay, I think. Oh, these lines aren't identical. Is a thing that has been noticed by Josh that I literally have not noticed until this moment. So Josh has noticed that, in fact, this line is longer than this line. And so the problem is, if this is 5, then because this line actually extends all the way over here, then I just can't put a 5 anywhere in row 2 because there's nothing 5 different from 5. So in fact, this is the 5. And let us bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's a 1. And as being pointed out, we know the numbers involved add to 9, and so 1 and 5 are 2 of them. So the remaining numbers add to 3, and the only way to do that is with a 3. So all of these remaining numbers, so in fact that one is a 3, and all of the remaining circles are 3 or 5. Like that. Okay. I do know that one of these 2 cells is 5. And so Dog is also looking at this cell, because I know that because I need to put a 5 in row 8 by Josh's earlier observation, and I can't put it on the 5 Ziffer. So the 5 needs to go in one of these. If the 5 goes here, though, it means neither of these circles is a 5. And remember, I need to put 5 5s in circles. That would mean I'd have to put a 5 in all the remaining circles, but that won't work because those 2 both have 5. So in fact, that one is a 5. Agree, and very well spotted there. Uh, let's see. What things are 3 different from 5? So the things that are 3 different from 5 are 8 and 2. I'm mostly just asking myself if one of these can really be a 5, because of course that one can't be a 5. If this is a 5, then that's a 2 or 8, which unfortunately I think is believable. I was hoping that I could say the 5 in this row couldn't be here, but what are you going to do? I mean, I certainly know that these are from 1, 2, 4, 8 for what it's worth. Let's see. Is there something cute going on here? Like this can't be a 1? No. No, I don't think there is something cute happening there yet. Let's see. Okay, so it's worth noting. Oh, I really should not have made these the same color as the other one. I'm going to make those green. Oops. I tried to make them not yellow, but I didn't succeed. There we go. These are sort of the... Oh, sorry. This isn't even the one that I'm interested in. I really want to color actually down here. Yellow, green, red, blue. Each Sudoku number other than 5 only has one number that is 5 away from it. And so every pair along a ziffer with a 5 on it is either going to be a yellow pair, a green pair, a red pair, or a blue pair. Now, note it's a pair, so I can't say for sure that this, in fact, I can say for sure this isn't yellow, because I know this one is not yellow for sure. In fact, I know one of each of these is yellow because I have to put the yellow pair in row 8, and one of them has to go on this because I can't put them there and there. So I do at least know that one of these is yellow. And then it's just a question of what color is the other one. I feel like there's probably some interesting geometry here, but maybe not. It is possible that the interesting geometry is purely in my imagination. Let's see. What else can we do? Okay, these are 3 apart. Let's see. Okay, so 4, I guess. The question is, where is 4 in column 5? And where is 7 in column 5, right? No. No, 6 still has, yeah, what? Sorry, are there any things that don't have something? Maybe there's nothing that actually doesn't have 3 apart from it. Let's see, Martin says 2 and 8. Yeah, 8 doesn't have anything. Okay, yeah, 2 and 8, right. 2 and 8, right, are the ones. Sorry, I was at the wrong numbers. 2 and 8, because 2 is only 3 away from 5, which is already in the column, and 8 is only 3 away from 5, which is column. So these numbers are definitely 2 and 8. So if this is a 3, that's a 5. So one of these 2 cells is always... Can this cell ever be a 5? Or I don't think this cell can ever be a 5. Okay, let's double check here our math. So I need 3 of these to be 5s. And of course, only one of these 2 can be a 5. So I need 2 of these remaining ones to be 5. Yes. So this can't be a 5 because it would make 2 of them and it would be a 5. So this can't be a 5. And so that means this can't be a 3. So that is a 5 and that's a 3. Mekti has a great point, which is that there's a 1 in row 2 somewhere, and it's 1 away from something, and the thing it's 1 away from is 2, which means that for sure that's an 8, which actually makes this a 3. If you look at what is 5 away from 8. So that is 5, and that is 5, and that is 2. Okay. These two are a pair that at least isn't red. Remember, again, everything with a 5 in the center, I know I can color in one of the 4 colors. That is 5 5s on dots, yes. Yep, so this is a 3. It's the third 3 on dots. Okay, so if this is a 1, then this is a 4. If this is a 2, then this is a 5. If this is a 4, then this is a 1 or 7. Okay, well, this can't be an 8. No, sorry. An 8 there would make this a 5. Sorry. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I keep doing my math wrong in my head. Okay, well, this is not perhaps as exciting. Maybe there's a virtual 1-4 pair or something. Is there really a virtual 1-4 pair? I guess that would mean this wasn't 1 if it's true. No, it's not, because this could be 1, 2, 5. 5 is just placed in box 5 is actually a good spot. Okay, so there definitely is a 5 in one of these 2 cells for what it's worth. I don't have a strong opinion about which one it is. I know that 2 and 3 go together on this line, and I'm thinking about if I know enough about where 3 goes to learn anything about where 2 goes, because I know where a lot of 3s are. Like, I know one of these is a 3, for example. Oh, I do know one of these is a... Oh, but I don't know if the 3 and... I don't know what the 3 and... Actually, I do know what the 3 in this row goes with, but unfortunately it's a 4. That's a good spot from Isabella. Because these are 3 pairs of digits that differ by 1, they're 1 odd and 1 even. So that's a total of 4 evens. That means these digits are odd. And so we can write in that they are 3, 7, 9 for sure. Let's see if any of those break. A 3 here would, of course, put an 8 here. A 7 here would put a 2 here. And a 9 here would put a 1 here. I guess all of those are fine. That's also a good point. The 9 in this row can't be here. So the 9 in this row is definitely in one of these spots, Jay Dyer points out. Because the 9 would only go with an 8. Oh, 4, not 1, sorry. Fair play. Let's see. And I do know the 5. So the 2 in row 1 has to go with a 3. So then the 4 has to go with a 5. Or alternatively, the 5 has to go with a 4. Which means that there's no 4 in these 2 cells, which means there is a 4 in these 2 cells, right? If I just think about the 5 in row 1 and it having to go with a 4. So the 4 in those 2 cells, I guess, is going to go with a 1 or a 7 down here. It's maybe not super useful. Isabella has a smarter way to think about it, probably, which is that one of these 2... I guess it's a slightly different point, but one of these 2 is definitely odd, and it's the last odd in the box. So these are from 2, 4, 6, and that one's not a 2. Oh, this 4 looks at that 4. And so if that's not a 4, then I bounce back up here and say, so that's not the 9. Good, good, good. Okay, so that is the 9. Okay. So someone says not 2. Yes, not 2, because if this was a 2, it would make that a 5, and that doesn't work. So these are now from 2, 3, 7. But one of them's definitely a 2, and the 2 we know goes with a 3. So those aren't 7, and that is 7, which now makes that a 2. So that does put a 2 over here, which puts a 3 over here, I guess. I don't know that I really want to go to that level of granularity in terms of my pencil marking. I might want to mark the rest of this row, though, because we still need a 1. We've got our 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we've got 7, 8, 9 are left. Was maybe not as interesting as I had fantasized about it being. Oh, I probably should fill in the 4 things that are 3 away from 4, 6. So 3 away from 4 would be 1 or 7. And 3 away from 6, well, I can't, would be 3 or 9. That one can't be a 3, so it would be a 9. This one's 3 or 9, I believe. Oh, sorry. 2 goes opposite 1. You're right. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. So that actually is worth marking. Sorry. The 2 does go over here. It goes opposite a 1. So these aren't 1. So that is 7, 8, 9. And this can't be an 8 because that would be a 3. So this is a 7 or 9, which goes opposite a 2 or 4. Which does give me now a 2, 4 virtual pair, because every black dot that doesn't have a 3 has a 2 or a 4. So this isn't a 4 anymore. So that means this isn't a 1 anymore, if you look at it, because 1 would have to go with 4. So there we go. Oh, Josh points out this cell doesn't have a lot of options because it just sees a bajillion things. So it could be a 1. It can't be 2, 3. It could be a 4. It can't be a 5. It could be a 6, and it can't be a 7, 8, or 9. Okay. However, if this were a 6, it would have to go next to a 5, so that doesn't work. If this were a 4, it would have to go with a 3, and that doesn't work. Because if you look at the remaining digits in here, they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1 and 2 go together, 3 and 4 go together, and 5 and 6 go together. And so 4 goes with 3. That doesn't work if I put it there. So that's a 1. And in fact, I guess what I just said is that the 4 has to live over on this side. Oh, in fact, as soon as that's a 1, that's a 2. But the 4 lives over here, with the 3 living over here. I guess I don't know exactly what happens. Oh, but the 2 there actually ruled a 2 out of that cell, which ruled a 1 out of that cell. Oh, this can't be a 2 anymore, actually, because if this is a 2, that's a 4, and this has no value. So actually, these are a 4-8 pair. Which actually makes this a 2, which makes that a 7. So we get those over there. Okay. So there's a 7 up here now. And the 7 up here goes with a 6 over on this side, because over on this side, we've got 9 and 8 go together, and then so 7 and 6 have to go together. So that means that these are actually a 4-6 pair over here just by sudoku. And so 6 we said goes with 5. So that makes these a 3-5 pair, but I know where the 5 is, so I know where the 3 is. The 5 we said goes with the 6, and the 3 goes with the 4 over there. This can't be an 8, Screaming points out, because if this were an 8, that would be a 5. 4, 8. So that makes that, makes that a 4 and a 6. 4 here seems to make that a 7. 6 here makes that a 3 or a 9. These two for the column are the leftovers of 6 and 9, which do indeed differ by that. This is 1 or 7, depending on its mood. This is a 5 now, unfortunately, just by sort of filling in that. This is not an 8. Let's see. Oh, no, sorry. That one I do not know yet. Oh, 5 is placed in box 3, Garion points out, which is good. So in this row, 5 goes with a 4. So we get our 5 and our 4 over there. 9 would make this a 6. 8 here would make this a 5, Joao points out. So that's the 8. 1 here would make this a 4. That doesn't work either. So this is actually a 9 and a 6. So that is a 1. That 6 makes that a 9 and a 6. Okay. What is left in this box, maybe? Ooh, never mind. I retract that question. Okay, what is left in this row? Maybe I should ask myself. It's probably easier. That is 6, 9. And these are, that's a naked 7. Okay. So that is a 7 and an 8. 7 is 1 away from 6. 8 is 1 away from 9. So we can, I guess, spill these down here. Not quite. Oh, that's a 6 just by sudoku. Let's do some sudoku. Maybe that is a good idea. Sudoku and my sudoku puzzle meme. Let's see. Boy, my belief that this was going to be about coloring these pairs really hasn't come to fruition, has it? Let's see. No. Where is 9 in row 5, though, I see? 9 in row 5 has to go there. One moment. There we go. Like a pro, I know. Okay, so this column now only has 3 digits left in it. 4 here would make that a 9. 7 here would make that a 2. That doesn't work. 8 here would make this a 3. So this is always 3 or 9. For what it's worth, one of these is definitely 7. Let's see. Is there anything interesting going on? Garion thinks we should fully pencil mark this and do the casework, which I guess is fine. 4 here goes with 9. 7 here would go with 2, which doesn't work. 8 here would go with 3. And so 4 and 8 go with over here if I get rid of the center marks. 4 and 8 go with 9 and 3. Let's see. Oh boy, yeah, okay. 1 goes with 6. In each of these cases, that doesn't work. 2 goes with 7. That's fine. And 4 goes with 9. That's fine. Let's see. Do I really want to torture test these? Maybe I should just ask myself, where is 6 going in this row? Yeah, I guess 6 could go over here. But this can't be a 1, at least. 3-9 pair. Where are people? Oh, there's a 3-9 pair here. I see. Okay, there's a 3-9 pair here, which rules 3 out of that and places a 3 there. Okay. So no 3s there. The 3, of course, is opposite an 8, which makes that a 4 and a 9, which makes that a 6 and a 1, which makes that a 9 and a 4. Makes that a 7 and a 2 and a 7. Makes that a 3, 2, 3. 7, 1. Yeah, hopefully that'll finish it. Let's see if I fill in the rest of it. Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff that is just a right in. 8, 7, 1, 8, 7, 1, and 2. I really like this rule idea. I could do without as always, I could do without the counting circles. Like, I don't think they added anything to the puzzle, but I think this line is actually more interesting than zipper lines, actually, because I think there's a little bit more flexibility. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's completely isomorphic. Oops. But I like this idea. I also now kind of want to see the version of this that you do by actually coloring the pairs that differ by 5. Like the thing to do. Because I thought that was what was gonna happen, especially since we were sort of forced to have so many 5s. I thought that observation was going to be critical. God knows how long I would have stared at this before realizing that this line and this line weren't actually identical. I thought they were just symmetrically reflected, and I wasn't thinking about it at all. So good that Josh spotted that and pointed it out to me. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and we are going to set something a little bit crazy. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Let's move my camera over, I suppose. Let me drag my rules in, or my attempt at rules. Uh, Alrighty. So everyone in chat was debating if I was going to start in box one, but this is not a Sudoku puzzle, so there won't be a box one. But the odds that I start at the top left are very high. I should note, by the way, it's sort of become a meme that I always start in box one. I think I completely got this from Clover, because I think Clover was the first person I heard say, like, there's no reason to not start in box one if you're going to start in a corner. So this is going to be sort of three pencil puzzles on top of each other. We're going to have a Philomeno, a Star Battle, and a Sloop. And so just to go over those, we're going to have a loop that is going to go through. It's going the loop that actually goes through things is going to be green. I might as well do. So there's going to be a loop, and the loop is going to visit every cell except for the stars. And the stars, I guess I could, even if I wanted, I could use the shape. Probably, there's probably a star shape in... Is there really not a star shape? I somehow had assumed that there was a star shape in Penpa. But apparently not. But anyway, there will be stars. Nell says there is, and I'm just blind. Oh, it's in a different tab. Oh, it should say even diagonally, right? You are completely correct. Polygon? Nothing shows up for me in Polygon. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Sorry, it's under special. Okay, finally I found it. Okay, or at least found close enough. Star? I still don't see it. Oh, there we go. It's under, there we go. All right, so there will be some stars. This was not, this was more complicated than I intended it to be. So the sloop is going to visit every cell except the stars. So we will, that is that goal. And the usual star battle thing is correct. Or sorry, the usual star battle thing. Oh, I realize I've already broken it. In this hypothetical universe, this is already broken. It may very well be that this puzzle, like this idea, like breaks a bajillion times. I do not know. But there need to be 2 stars in every row and column. And also it's a Philomeno, so also we're going to break the grid into ominoes. Let's see, like thicker, there we go. Such as this one. And every omino is going to contain 1 star. So if you do the math, that means the average omino needs to have size 5 in order to make that work. So let's see how this works. So here was my idea. Already this is also broken. So the only puzzle in which the monomino is a star, indeed. So my idea here, and we'll see how this ends up working. This may be a disaster. Is to pay attention to the length of paths that cut through an omino. So in this case, oh, I guess that doesn't work. Boop-a-doop. Boop-a-doop-boop. In this case, just to make this clear. In this case, this is an omino that has size 6, but it has a path of length 4 and a path of length 1 through it. And my goal here is to clue those numbers, the 1 and the 4, using arrows. So, for example, one could put, if this were indeed the solution, one could put arrow. Oh, there we go. Arrow is under the arrow menu, not under the shape menu. I usually like the 8-way ones. If there were an arrow here, then this would be a 1 or a 4, indicating that there is a path through this omino of length 1 and one of length 4. Now you'll see in my version of the rules that I wrote over there, I put, or is it the longest path ? Because I don't know if I need to specifically say that. It is supposed to say diagonally. I can probably actually fix that, just because otherwise it will cause problems. I just reflexively wrote, apparently, orthogonally instead of diagonally, because I am a creature of habit. Oops, where did you go? There we go. There we go. Save. Desktop. One moment while I fix that. Sloop 2. Save. Okay. I have found it. Oh, let me remove this one. And let me drag this over here like that. So anyway, so that is the basic goal. We're going to see how this goes. This may or may not be a disaster, but we're going to try it. So let me go ahead and clear out the stuff that I have. The loop only has to visit every omino that isn't a monomino. Unless it turns out that for some reason that doesn't work. But I think, at least as far as I'm able to immediately determine, I don't think it needs to be the case that we need to insist that there aren't any monominos. So immediately we get some things for free. And so this is my slight concern, just how far this goes is sort of, I can't ever put a star here, for example, because if I do put a star here, just to show you, then I'm not allowed to put a star here, but the loop can't go here. So that already breaks. So if I use sort of gray to mark is not a star, then I already get none of those cells can possibly contain a star. Also note, arrows immediately imply a boundary in this puzzle. So we have that. We have that as well. So at least we can use arrows to sort of force boundaries in places if we are so inclined. So of course, a natural thing to do would be to figure out, is there some way in which one can use these fact that these aren't stars to commence the puzzle? That I do not know. Admittedly, part of my motivation in setting this is that this is two different genres I've never set with, and Philomeno. So I don't have a whole lot of sense of exactly how to go about setting one of these. So that will make this, I suppose, more entertaining. My original thought actually was to make a pentomino star battle with the same rules, except then I couldn't figure out what on earth clues do you put in a pentomino star battle, because you can't really use arrows in a pentomino, and I don't really know what else you could use. So it sort of seemed like a dead end. So maybe it's worth sort of contemplating what the world looks like uh, if the corner is a star. Because if the corner is a star, yeah, the loop has to go through the gray cells. As soon as a cell is not a star, the loop has to go through it, because it is a simple loop. Which, by the way, if you're curious, what on earth is this word sloop that I have never heard before, because it's not a real word. The word sloop is just whatever the word is for when you put portmanteau. There we go. It's a portmanteau of the word simple and the word loop. Maybe this is an abuse of the word portmanteau. I think that's probably you aren't allowed to drop imple in order to make a portmanteau, but whatever. Sloop is a type of sailboat. I did not know this. Is that actually, if actually, I'm going to be amazed if it turns out that actually the origin of people using the word sloop in puzzle has nothing to do with the phrase simple loop, but I think it is that. The sloop John B. That does sound familiar, actually. Yeah, so one way to always think about star battle is that any 2x2 contains at most one star. And if you want, you can go through every you can sort of tile the grid with 2x2s, and then that will give you 25 2x2s, and there are 20 stars. So if you sort of take the sort of immediate checkerboarding, there's only 5 2x2s, or there's only 5 of those 2x2s that don't have a star. So if you put no stars in the corners, then you only get one more of all of those 2x2s that don't work. Now, Isabella says I actually can't even make it work if I put no stars in the corners, but I'm not quite sure why yet. Let's see. Now, of course, the star could be here, and that would also work. Let's see. Oh, you mean the 2x2? Look at the whole border. So Isabella is saying it's broken if we block off, if I gray all of these. In fact, how am I fitting 2 stars on this border? Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So yeah, even just looking at the first 2 rows, actually, Kale has a good way to prove this, which is that in the first 2 rows, I break things up, and how many 2x2s are there? There's 5 2x2s, and 4 of them have a star. So it can't be the fact that both corners do that. Yeah, the arrows always point at a larger omino is sort of like the zeta EST thing in the entire universe would be to start this by putting an arrow that points there like that, and just see what happens. And so we'd immediately have an edge there. Yeah, arrows can be stars. I don't see any reason why arrows shouldn't be able to be stars. Maybe there's a reason why arrows can't be stars, but I don't immediately see why. We should say that they can't be. Oops. Now, we do have an issue, which is that notating this is going to be a disaster in Penpa, I think, because these are now part of the same amino for sure, which I kind of want to denote, I guess, like that maybe. But that's going to be slightly confusing, but I'm going to try and keep the loop being green. In particular, actually, this amino definitely has size at least 2, because it needs to have a star, and the cell that it's on definitely isn't a star. So one way to sort of immediately chain this together would be to put an arrow now pointing this way. And so an arrow pointing this way would immediately mean there's an edge here, because arrows always imply an edge in this rule set. But also, because this is bigger than that, and this is bigger than that, these two can't be equal. So that immediately gets us an edge there, which then grows this amino at least that far, and grows this amino at least that far. So we get sort of some more stuff. Yes, fallen arm. So fallen arm asks if the rule really tells us an arrow is not part of the amino it points at. Because if they were part of the same amino, that would imply that every cell in the amino was part of the same loop path. But every amino has a star. So the loop path in an amino is always at least one smaller than the amino. So we have that. So there's at least 2 here. Okay, so we have this, and then this is some. So we've got sort of 3 aminos here already, sort of entangled in this mess up here. And let's see what we can do with this. And maybe I should be using color for aminos and using like an X for not star or something. There's a lot more options in Sudoku Pad when solving this, so I'm not worried about someone won't have to solve it in Penpa, so they won't be restricted. But we're a bit more restricted because unfortunately we can't set this in Sudoku Pad because Sudoku Pad doesn't have arrows. So I'm less concerned about the solver having to notate this than I am about us having to notate it. So maybe what I want to do is I want to mark the absence of a star. I don't know if I'm going to hate this. I might hate this. Like that, so that I can mark my aminos in a sort of sane way. And then we can just sort of try to make the world work better. Okay, so this amino is pretty big. So one thing that sort of intrigues me composite object star battle. What does that do? Oh, you want me to use the X's. The X's are much nicer. Yes, that is much, much nicer than the other thing. Then you get the nice X's. Okay. I like that a lot better. So one thing I was thinking that would be kind of interesting is if we force two ominoes that definitely have different sizes to point at an omino, point at the same omino, then that creates some rather large, that makes that omino huge, effectively, because what we'd be saying is there's two different paths through that omino, of different lengths. So part of me wants to put a down arrow here, to say that, hey, that's also going here, but I don't know that it sort of immediately gives me something, which is what I'm sort of a little bit afraid of, that it's not going to give me anything sort of immediately. So maybe we can wait on that and sort of hold off on that. Jay Dyer suggests an up arrow here, which at least is going to sort of start to seal off this this red piece. Yeah, I mean, had a 1 and a 4. In this case, it would have, yeah, at least a 2 and a 3. But I mean, in this grid, the average omino is forced to have size exactly 5. So any omino of size bigger than 5 is in some sense big. And I know that because I know there are exactly 20 ominos, because there are exactly 20 stars. And so 100 cells divided by 20 ominos is 5. So let's see. Let's look at Jay's suggestion here of an up arrow. Yeah, let's see. Garion believes green can't be size 3. Now that's interesting. I feel like this is definitely a rule set where I definitely don't understand any of the implications of this rule set. I literally just spent all the time sort of trying to figure out what the rule set I wanted it to be. So there's going to be a lot of easy deductions that I am not going to have any idea about yet. So what goes wrong if I try and make this have size 3? It certainly makes red have size 2. So it would make that a star. And to make that a star, and then my loop would close. Yep. Yeah, so yeah, if green has size 3, red has size 2, that's a star and that's a star, and my loop closes immediately. So I do agree that, in fact, green can't have size 3. Green needs to have size at least 4. Which is very nice. So that does mean we actually get quite a bit if I put an arrow, say maybe an up arrow here. Because now I know also, by the way, this cell is also red. But now, by Garion's argument, green has to grow, and I know that cell's not green. And I know this cell is, again, now this is at least 5. So this is going to have to grow, whatever it may be. So we have all of that becoming interesting. Somehow that edge came out wrong. There we go. Oh, it's because I drew that edge in... Oh, I drew multiple of these things in setting mode rather than solving mode. That is what happened. It was green, and I just made this say yellow. Yeah, 181 omino and 19 monominos. That would be delightful. Someday a slightly trollier setter than me will do that, I'm sure. Yeah, so we definitely want to start sort of like forcing these to So unfortunately, hey, AFK. Would it have to break the star battle, AFK? I can't put an arrow going this way, but I could put an arrow going that way. Oh, this is not, yeah, it's not the same yellow, sorry. Sorry, it is red, actually. It's the same as red, sorry. Is what's actually happening here. So what I could do now, though, is now I could do the trick that I said before, where I could have green point at yellow and red point at yellow. Oops, there we go. So if I go here, now I know that yellow is actually pretty big if I do that, because now yellow has to have a path of size red and a path of size green within it. So that is interesting. If we want to be real nightmare people, we can insist that or we can add a negative constraint here, but I think that probably is going to be a bit much for my poor brain. Oh, the arrow in row 3, column 2 doesn't do anything. You're right. Thank you. Oops. We already have an arrow from green to yellow. Sorry. Good point. Thank you, Garion, keeping me honest. So yeah, the one from red, though, into yellow, now sort of, again, says this. Just the same number, not the same region. Oh, this doesn't have to be red. Sorry, I'm forgetting the rules implications here. If it's just saying there is a thing of that size, this doesn't have to be red just because it also points into the same shape. I think it's going to turn out to be red, but it doesn't have to be red. So they don't even have to be the same number, right? It's just a length of a path through here. Let's see. Yeah, it was not forced to be the same, in fact. Okay, I would really like to force red to be size 2 so we can place a star, because I feel like if I don't place a star, I'm going to completely lose track of what is happening in this world. So I kind of want to at least experimentally place an arrow here, because I know that would force a star, and then see what happens. It may well break or be uninteresting or whatever. But it certainly makes this have size 2. Sorry, size 2. And it makes composite object star battle. There we go. It makes that be a star, which makes all of this not star, and gives us a ton of loop. Because we get all kinds of loop corners. Yeah, let's just get rid of the down arrow here just so that we don't have to think about that at the moment. That is a good suggestion from Jay. We can't close the loop, so we have to do that. And now I'm going to try, we'll see if I remember, that as soon as there is actually a loop in a cell, I don't need to have an X over it, because those two are sort of forced. Okay, so now actually that's already kind of interesting, because now my green needs to have a loop of length 2 in it, and it's not this loop, for sure. So green has to again be pretty big. So yellow's pretty big as well, by virtue of that. And again, we have to be quite careful because now every one of these 2x2s needs to have a star in it because, oh, sorry, no, that's not true. Sorry, this one, no, right, that's true. Okay. I still need 3 more stars in this row. So yeah, so there is now definitely a star in one of these 2 cells because of that. In fact, actually, no, not quite. I was thinking that was going to imply that this was a star, but it does not imply that's a star, does it? No, I don't think so. No, not necessarily. I can't quite get there yet. Let's see. Jump and Build says it is a star. Oh yeah, it is. You're right. Boy, no. That. Do I know that for sure? Let's see. How am I getting this has to be a star? Bifurcate. Okay, right. So whichever of these is a star, Josh gives a good observation, which is whichever of these is a star, it is going to force a line here and a line here, right? Because one of these 2 has to be a star, so it definitely is forcing that. By the way, I can get rid of the grays here, and I can actually now also get rid of the X's because of that. Try putting one on the other 2 cells. It quickly breaks. Yeah, same thing at the bottom of column 1 and 2. Yeah, so same immediate structure there. So yeah, let's be sure we mark that. I like that a lot. Oops. I do have my my dots, by the way, are very helpful. Hey, David, how are you doing? Let's get rid of that just for sake of sanity. Although I don't know that there's a lot of sanity in this. Oh, in one of these 2 cells, you're saying it's going to break if I do that? Yeah, I guess I can. Oops. It's not what I want. Oh, yeah, it is there. There we go. There is my dot, so I can finally visualize this. Okay. So AFK is saying that if I put a star here, for example, then it breaks. As if I put a star here, I'm going to have to also immediately put a star here. And then that is going to have to force me to put a star there. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Sorry, wait. Am I going to be forced to put... Because I only get 1 more star in row 1. Yeah, okay, yeah, I see how that does sort of I think that does break if I sort of follow it through, because I think I end up having to put 2 stars in row, or 2 more stars in row 1. Uh, uh, because of that. So that, although I don't really want to use it, but that can't be a star. But this doesn't break. Uh, but we do know that one of these, so these dots, by the way, if you've not seen them, these are star battle dots. This says one of these 2 is a star. This one says one of these 4 is a star. I guess what we now know is one of these 2 is a star, but we know it through sort of messy means, at least so far. Yeah, this definitely can't be a star because of the sloop, right? This being a star breaks very cleanly, actually, because then if we think about what that does to the sloop is on fire or whatever. It creates this T-junction in the sloop, which just doesn't work. So we can at least say for sure that oh yeah, that definitely doesn't work, because it would it creates this T-junction here, right? If I make this a star, now I have to put loop there, and that immediately forces a T-junction, right? Am I wrong? Oh, no, no, no. I am wrong. I am wrong. Uh, because we could have this continue here and this continue down there. Never mind. Yeah, you're completely right. Uh, right. This would just have to continue right, and then this could come up over there. Yep. Uh, uh, okay. So, never mind on that. Okay. Okay, so that is noteworthy. Okay. All right. So I'm trying to think about sort of holistically how we're supposed to uh Oh, you're saying if I put a star in both of these, which I would have to, because as soon as I put a star here, I have to put a star here. Now I definitely create a uh, a T junction. Uh, so so it is true, and I think this is very seeable. The way Isabella says it, the stars in row 2 can never be 1 apart, and so if I do make this a star, I do immediately make that a star, which does then force a very literal T-junction in this row because of the 2x2s and how they're structured. So it is true, this could never be a star. So I can certainly mark that, and I certainly think that's reasonable. Oops. To note. So one of these 2 is a star for sure. Let's see. Is there a similar deduction going the other way? If this is a star, it would force that to be a star, and we'd get the same pattern of T-junction, right? So that can't be a star either. right? Same pattern, but the other way around. So that is of note, and that's a thing we're going to have to sort of pay attention to. And so now row 2 needs a star, or sorry, needs 2 stars. And again, we can't put them 2 apart here. I mean, we just like literally can't put even, actually, we can only put 1 there. So we have to put a star there. Object star battle. So now that has to be a star. The sloop in row 1, column 8, 9 was determined by the fact that one of these 2 has to be a star, Jim. And whichever one of them is a star, it creates corners that then does that. So you end up with that was why. So this line here continues. This star battle, oops, sorry, now sort of X's all of that. Star battle is such a powerful rule. It's always sort of shocking how much you get out of so little. Right, one of these 2, right. So right, the star battle has guaranteed that one of these 2 is a star, so neither of those is a star. And now, actually, looking at row 3, actually, one of these 2 now has to be a star, and that has to be a star, just by looking at row 3. This puzzle's going to break before we get anywhere close to solving it, isn't it? Okay, so now that's a star, and one of those 2 has to be a star. And so now that star has now placed this star. So that star is placed, which then places that star. So we end up with this sort of pattern, which is all, maybe it's not actually quite already broken. But it's certainly quite constrained. So this isn't, oops, sorry, that, I don't know about that, but I do know this is a corner and this is a corner. Okay, so column 7 stars are done. That is a good observation to make. So we can go ahead and star down there. And we know these aren't starred because we know one of those 2 is starred. Let's see. If this is starred, that definitely goes right. If this is starred, this okay, right. So Josh is pointing out, regardless of which of these 2 is a star, it is going to force this to go to the right. Because if this is a star, that immediately goes to the right. But if this is a star, that still goes to the right. So we end up with that going on for sure. I'm sort of mentally looking at the two options for this. Now, I think a lot of what we just did, not quite all of it, but a lot of it is also going to apply in this column, actually. Because, again, if I do my star battle thing, I need stars in each of these segments. And again, if this is a star, it immediately implies that's a star, which does create this T-junction pattern because of the two stars not being able to be one apart, and now it's column 2. So that can't be a star, is the consequence of that, I believe. Let's see. So it's going to be slightly different this time, though. I think. But this can't be a star again for the same reason, right? If this is a star, it then makes that a star for this 2x2 because of the little line there. So if this is a star, then that's a star, and that again creates a T-junction. So this is not a star either. And so so that means that at least now I know that one of those two actually specifically is a star. And so that means this isn't a star, because if this was a star, it would make that a star, and this would be a dead end. So now that actually places that that's a star, right? So now that's actually a star, which then is going to unstar, that and that, and continue this loop down here. Like that. Row 4, column 9 is not a star, says J. Dyer. Is this through something about this? Yeah, green still needs a 2-cell segment, so green's not done. Yes. If this is a star, it forces this to continue and then creates a dead end there. Right. Okay. I see Jay's point. That is not a star. So that's not a star, again, because of the creating a dead end problem. So now one of these two is definitely a star. Yeah, row 4 does need stars. That's true. Composite. Star battle. There we go. So that needs to be a star. So those aren't things, and one of those needs to be a star. So those aren't. One of those is a star. Column 1 has a star there now. So if we do that, we end up with that. So now, oh, sorry, maybe I think I was going to say something wrong. Yeah, row 3, column 10 goes left because of that. We can get rid of our X's under loops, at least in theory. If this doesn't break now, it will be a miracle. Loop around row 4, column 10. We're gonna finish the star battle before doing that. Yeah, right. This is a corner. That's a corner. Oops. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna finish the star battle in a moment. This is a corner actually. Now, so we can do that. And oh, sorry, this isn't a corner because it could be a star and probably is. I didn't cheat there, right? I didn't say no. This had an X on it, so I did not cheat there. So we can lose both of those. Row 7, column 2. If this is a star, yes. If this is a star, then it forces this through this, but also, yeah, right, it sort of creates this intersection. So row 7, column 2 is not a star. And so, therefore, row 8, column 2 is. So those aren't stars. That pulls this through here. At least. Column 3 still needs a second star, and it has to go in this domino. So that's never a star. Row 9, actually, one of these two needs to be a star, because if it's not, then these two will be stars and we'll have created our T intersection pattern again. Right? Yeah, those two can't be, we can't have two stars one apart in a row that's one away from an edge. So one of those is a star, and those aren't stars. Well, we know green has a length 2 path, so this could be a 2. Let's see. If this is a star, yeah, if this is a star, then it pulls this under, but also pulls this through, so that doesn't work. Agree. Yeah, green could have more than 2 segments. Who knows? Maybe green, I guess green can't be the entire rest of the grid, but can be something. Let's see. Row 5 and 6 need more. So row 5 and 6 currently have 2 stars. They need 2 more stars. And those stars have to go here and here. Just by regular old star battle stuff. Column 8. Right, column 8 and 9 currently have 3 stars. And and they need 4, because if you count, that's 1, 2, 3 accounted for. So that needs to be a star, which means those aren't, which means I can, oops. Actually, it does mean I can place that there, right? Also, we do have another star in row 9, which does do some Xing. I agree with that. Does row 8, column 4 being a star create a T-junction? No, I think it's okay, actually. At least naively. Row 7, column 9 is this one. Yes, that would be bad. Yeah, if this is a star, then we create 2 different corridors that overlap, so a T-junction problem. So that's not, so that is, which does give us loop through there, at the very least. So the column has no more stars, right? So column 8 now has 2 stars. It's going to be a miracle if this works. I will say it again. So that's a star, so that's not. So now this row needs a second star, so it's there, so that's not. So that is. Okay, so we can have that go up there, that go down there, and under there we get all of that. And Tristan says we're broken. Oh, is column 10 break? I mean, as a matter of taste, I'm not thrilled with like I probably would not be completely thrilled with this, but you know, we're learning something which is going to tell us something, maybe. Yeah, the last column 10 star forces a T. Is the so just to show you what happens, that becomes a star, which then forces that, and now that is forced, is the problem. So we have to decide which part of this we want to keep and which part of this we want to get rid of. Yeah, we could set this in a larger grid. So red can't be 2, Emma says. Well, the last clue we placed was this arrow, which we placed about 1,000,000 years ago. So maybe the thing to do is to just abandon the star battle piece altogether and just only do the sloop arrow puzzle. I think the sloop arrow puzzle might be yeah, this might have only one solution after placing a single arrow, or it might have 0 solutions after placing a single arrow. So maybe we get rid of the star battle, or we make the grid 12 by 12. I think those are the options before us. Yeah, so I think that is I'm tempted actually by both. The sloop only end the star battle, but make it a 12 by 12. Let's try to just get rid of the let's try first. Let's just get rid of this. Yeah, let's see. Jay Dyer is going to write a Python script to see how many of those things there are in a 10 by 10. That sounds great. Let's try and do this with just sloop and Philomeno in 10 by 10, and then maybe we'll also try and do the fancier version, but in 12 by 12 or something. Yeah, and who knows, maybe there aren't any. So if we're going to just do the sloop, we actually immediately get all the corners because it's a sloop. And so the corners are freebies. So that becomes, of course, more free, but we still can do like, oh, we can put an arrow there. Oops. And then that will still give us an edge there, and we can sort of start the stuff like that. Kind of nonsense. So yeah, and so we can also do our row 2 column 1 arrow right, so that so that we still get our edge here. And again, still, this can't be red because it would say something pretty nonsensical. Now here we don't know that red isn't 1, because we could still have this, but we do know that green grows. Because of that. Because if... So there are two options. So green grows for... So the fact that green grows is one step more complicated than I originally said. So either red is 1, in which case green grows because it would then need to have a loop segment of length 1, or red is at least 2, and if red is at least 2, then that forces green to grow as well. So green always grows. Right. Green is going to have 2 loop segments, no matter what. Because oh yeah, Martin has a good point, which is that there doesn't have to be a border on an arrow anymore if the arrow is just saying that this is the number of loop cells, because you could just say every loop cell, an internal arrow would just be that an internal arrow would just say everything in this is 1 loop, which is kind of boring. So I guess I probably would want to specify additionally that arrows lived along borders. And so I guess then sort of, if we just say that arrows imply edges just as part of a rule here as we play around with this, then it is actually in general true that any area that has an arrow pointing at it has to have at least 2 different loop segments passing through it. Because if it only had 1, then it would be 2 sort of Philomeno pieces pointing at each other. So that's actually kind of interesting, just on a matter of principle. just say no arrow points at its own omino, which I have said before in rule sets. I don't have any sort of aversion to that. Let me take a real quick stretch break, and I'll be back in a moment, and we'll sort of continue this and see what happens. Alrighty, I am back. It does occur to me as we are doing this that there's a genre called double back, I think, or something like that. I think it's an Eric Fox genre where every region needs to have exactly 2 pieces of loop passing through it. And it might actually be interesting that to say that there's exactly 2 pieces of loop in every omino. That might actually be a good restriction for us to use. And yeah, I think just placing edges there would be reasonable. Yeah, I mean, the rule set's going to be shorter because it's not going to have star battles, and the sloop rule is not going to have anything about stars. But I might try... I might try that. So let me try to rewrite these rules real quick. So let's try this. So let's see. I can copy paste the philomeno part. I'll show you what I'm writing in a second. uh, that visits every omino exactly twice and visits every cell. And then arrows. An arrow pointing at an omino indicates that one of the to that omino is that long. Let's see, I should probably containing an X. We won't, this wording is not perfect. To that omino has length X. To the indicates one of the visits to the pointed omino, pointed to omino has length X. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's try that. One moment while I open this, save it, and pop it in. Okay. Loop 3. Oops, not that. Let's get rid of you. And let us move you over here. There we go. Okay. How about that? And I think then that now goes back to implying the existence of borders and all of these sorts of things. And it also lets us grow red. For example, but I think this will be a reasonable thing to play with. At least it's a little more flexible than what we were playing with before. But now, like, every omino now has size at least 2. So we have that at least. Okay. And then this omino is biggish. Last paragraph isn't English. Oh yeah, that is not that is not great. It's probably close enough for me to leave it that way for this particular moment in time. Okay, so I think up arrow, a rule set that forbids shame ominoes, it's true. I think we want to try putting this back. Oh, wait, did I do that in the wrong mode? No, I did it in the right mode. Okay. From before, when there was the disaster. I mean, it's still a sloop. It's just it's a fancy sloop. So that still forces that. So if there's a 2 pointing at a region, it means that the region it's pointing to has a loop of length 2. Like one of the 2 visits. So each of the 2 visits has some length, and arrow just indicates that that's one of the lengths. If you have a proposed wording, I will definitely take your proposed wording. Yeah, and then this I know. Oh no, I don't know that. X is the size of the philomeno the arrow's in, right? Okay, so if this is size 2 only, it has a very forced structure because of that. Because it would have to do that. That unfortunately doesn't immediately break, I don't think, but it doesn't look good for it if it does. Or if it does do that. But let's see. So this points at this points at that. Yeah, yellow is getting big-ish because it's got a path of length at least 4 in it. Let's see. I mean, we can certainly do what we did before, and we can actually try just forcing this to have size 2 and see what happens. Not that. See what happens. Because if we do, now this has this structure. Oh, could green have still had size 3? Oh, yeah, maybe green could have still had size 3. Is that actually true? Let's see. Let me just erase all this and let's go over it again and just double check that I have not cheated. Boop, doop, doop, doop. Okay. Oops, wrong mode. So we get all the edges. Can go ahead and say this is pointed to, because of this relationship between the arrows, that's certainly pointed to, we do know that we have the path doing that at least. That comes up over there. This can't, nothing can be of size 1, so red assuredly grows. Yellow needs to have a path of size at least 2, so, or just needs a second path if you want. And this is some other color. Okay, so is it really true that yellow has to grow, or is it possible that yellow is size 3 with something of size 2 and something of size 1? And so, yes, I did not justify it, but it is true that yellow has to grow. There we go. I like Matt Laffey's wording there. I'm going to steal that. Okay. Control C. Let me put that over here. Oops. I think that is more clear what is intended. Okay, and so I can save this as sloop 4. Oops, sloop 4. No, desktop, please. Sloop 4, save. And then let me drag it over here. Where did it go? I think I unsuccessfully saved it. Let me try again. Oh no, it claims it's there. Is it really there? One moment. What happened? Oh, there it is. Oh, I see. This one was shorter than the others, and so it went to a different place. Okay, let's delete you. Where is that? There we go. There we go. Okay. So let us delete that. Delete that as well. Okay. So anyway, so the point is, if yellow does stop, then red has to be a 2. However, that then forces this to be a little loop. So that doesn't work. So yellow does indeed have to grow. But it was a very good point that I completely missed. So I'm glad we went over it. So red has to now look like this. So we've got that going on of that sort. So we can fill in the 2s. Now this extends because we don't want to create a mini loop there. And so this is not the segment of length 2 for what it is worth. Let's see. And so blue needs to now have a segment of length big, which we can keep track of. And this is some other size, some yet to be named size. Okay. This thing is something with a shape of size 2. I feel like this has more potential. I don't think that this puzzle is going to come crashing down in the way that it did when we tried to put a star battle in there. Although I do think the star battle thing we attempted earlier might work if I just made the grid 12 by 12 instead. Or something where there's a little bit more give to the star battle-y bits. Okay, so what should we... Or 3D, yes. Or 3D. Spoiler, I won't make it 3D, but I like the gumption. Let's see. Okay, so now we have some interesting stuff happening here. Like if these connect, then that's not the path of length yellow, of course. Which is interesting in its own right. Like I'd much rather this not be able to be 2. Because if this can't, like I would enjoy, for example, if this had to be 3 for some reason, because then it would imply that yellow was 5. And that would be nice to know. I don't know how to make this cell 3, however. As of yet, anyway. Okay, well, I can certainly also put a down arrow from here. That will sort of constrain things somewhat. Let's see. Because that will bully purple over to here, which will extend yellow, which will extend blue. Blue's not 2 because of Philomeno of all things. Oh, I guess blue's not 2 also because it's got something of length of at least 5 in it. Yeah, any omino pointed at is certainly at least 3. That is a good point, because that means if it's pointed at by something at least 2, and it's got at least a 2 and a 1 within it. Okay. So now these have to connect. Oh, no, not quite. Darn it. But this can't go down, because if this goes down now, that's a big problem. Because if this goes down, it also forces that down. And now we have too many entries into yellow. Oh, no, that's not even true. Sorry. We could just connect down, have that be a 2, and then have that connect over there. Never mind. Sorry. The way I visualized that in my head was wrong. Yeah, they could certainly join. This can't be blue, though, because if this is blue, then now this has to connect to one of the ends. Oh, no. This can be blue. It would just need to be, it would just need to mean those connected. Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Right. This going down does break, but for a completely different reason. This going down breaks because it now means blue is visited more than twice. So this can't go down. So I can at least X that. Okay. So, oh. That is true. So, this segment is either size 1 or size 2. So there is no way. So this piece definitely is part of the long segment no matter what. That is a good thing to note. Let's see. Purple can just get away with being a 2, I suppose. I was debating if purple could even really be a 2. But I think the answer is yes. Could certainly have this point at yellow, and that would be somewhat constricting. I'm not quite sure. Let's see. The a down arrow from here, maybe? A down arrow from here is actually interesting, because a down arrow from here... yeah, okay, I think that's it. A down arrow from here. Because this is one of the lengths... Oh, no, crap. I don't actually know that this thing has a thing of length 2. Darn it. I was going to say it has to be yellow because we know that it's not a 2 because it touches the 2, but is also a length of yellow. I suppose I could maybe put a down arrow in red, and then that would actually force these two to connect, because we would know that there would have to be a there would have to be a segment of length 2 and one of length yellow, and there wouldn't be enough room for one of length 1. I don't know if that's too hacky, but we can try it just to see what happens. So that definitely forces this. And so then if I put my arrow, my down arrow here, now this is yellow in size, at least, because it can't be 2. Oops. I was doing that in setting mode, wasn't I? I was. So, oops. Forces that. Am I? Oh, I have one edge that was drawn in the wrong mode. There we go. Okay, now this is part, again, of the longer segment. And that segment is at least 5 long. And again, this yellow also needs to have something of length 2. Let's see. Stops row 1, column 4 from going down. Ah, yes, it does. Oh, that's clever. Okay, yeah. So row 1, column 4 can't go down because that would say that yellow is size 1 plus 2, but yellow isn't size 1 plus 2 because yellow is size at least 5. So that means that continues over there, which now makes this a corner. That is a very fun bit of kit, because, yeah, yellow is blue minus 2, as Matt Laffey says. Okay. So I know at least one of these two is blue. Because blue is huge. If yellow continues down here, I guess if yellow continues down here and the loop continues down here, then we know that yellow is 5. I guess if I put an arrow of any sort here in either direction, probably an arrow that direction, then I definitely force that this cell is blue, because of the fact that blue needs to continue at least yellow long. Would want to be yellow. Would be 2 or yellow. So if I'm guess I might as well draw in what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of drawing in that arrow. This down arrow was unnecessary. Right. So back when we did this, we did it to sort of force these two to connect. But this I know was definitely 1 or 2 in size. And so, oh, but it wouldn't force them to connect, right? Without the arrow. Uh, yeah, it was what forced them to connect. Uh, so we have to we have to redo this if we want to get rid of that arrow. Is there a way to clear everything on the solution mode only when you're setting in Penpa? Does anyone know? Because I wouldn't mind resolving it without that, but I don't know if I have to just delete everything in order to do that. AFK says yes, there is. Let's delete all in solution mode. Okay, so let's get rid of this down. Delete at the bottom. Oh, there we go. Okay. Aha. Okay. So let us try this again with that in mind. We can draw in all of our arrows. So we know this grows at least that far. We know these are different. Oh, I'm doing this in solution mode. Oops. Oops. No, not that. Oh, no, I'm not doing it in. Sorry, I am. No, solution mode is the mode I'm supposed to be doing it in. Never mind. Okay. Sorry. I lost 2 arrows. Oh no. Where did I lose my arrows? Does anyone remember where the arrows were? Row 1, column 4. Oh, right. There was a down arrow here, and row 2, column 6. There was one there. Okay. Okay, so let's try to reproduce this. So this needs to grow, and then this can't be that way, so it has to grow. Oops. So it has to grow that way. And so we have that there. This is some other thing. This has to do that. So this has to go down. Well, the whole reason we did this was to see what happened if we got rid of the down arrow here. Didn't we have to argue before that green grew? Oh, the point is I drew in this edge for no reason. That's why. That's why I need to argue that green grows. Okay, sorry. I cheated in my argument. The point is, at this point, green needs to grow. Because if green doesn't grow, then we create a loop. I didn't actually argue that red needed to grow yet. Or sorry, that red can't grow yet. So that's green. Now that's yellow. Now red can't grow, and we actually get our shape from before. And we end up with this. And so now the point is that this is 2. we can make this, say, purple. This comes down here. Green grows again. Yellow grows again. We get that. And so now the point here is that this is not 2 and it's not 1, so therefore it has to be green because there's only 2 loops in yellow. But we don't actually know whether these connect or not. And I guess this arrow isn't actually doing anything anymore. So we can probably get rid of it. So I think that was only doing something in the universe where something was happening. Okay, so now we have to contemplate if we can do anything else. Yeah, this could still be 2, although if it is 2, it's a very specific 2. All right, this still can't go down. That's true. Oh, oops, helper X. There we go. Because if this went down, we would have exhausted our visits. So this is at least 5. It would be insane if the greens joined. I agree with that. I don't think it's possible because the greens contain the yellow in that instance, and the yellow is bigger than the greens. It would have to be absolutely enormous. In order for that to possibly happen. It occurs to me that I could have had an arrow pointing up into purple instead of down from purple, and that would have forced purple to be at least 3. Which is interesting. Hey, Ratfinks, how are you doing? I hope you are having a good day. Purple, yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, I'm debating making this an up arrow instead. But maybe that is, I guess what I just really want a border here. I don't care whether it goes up or down at the moment. And I do know that green is at least 5. And I know the other green segment, wherever it is length 2. Let's see. If I put an arrow over here, it's very forcing. I don't know if it's actually going to I don't know if this will break or be too something. if we do this. Okay, so now this is actually forced the other universe. Because now this is part of the long loop in yellow. So we've actually, by putting this arrow here, we've forced not the universe I thought we were going to be in, because now these can't connect, because then this doesn't work. So now this is actually forced to be a corner, because again, this is always part of the longer segment in yellow. Emma doesn't believe me. Am I wrong? Oh, it could come in from the left. Right. Sorry, it could come in from the left. Right. That's okay. Yeah, that they could come in from the left. Never mind. You're completely right, Yetha. Sorry, from the right. Yeah, sorry. I said from the left and then did that. Yesterday I was doing a Celeste level where like you can't see anything and the narrator just gives you instructions of which way to go, and I died so many times because the narrator told me to go right and I went left instead. And I couldn't figure out why it was not working. Okay, well, this still can't go down, because if this does go down, it does mean that green is 3. Yeah, so it can't have a segment of length 1. So that this at least extends there. Yes, if that, you're completely right, Jay. Okay, and so now this leaving would make sense. Right. These two are always connected. That's another thing that we can conclude from the fact that this is part of the longer one, right? Uh, 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 okay, this is either 2 or it isn't. Relatable, Emma. I guess an up from here. An up from here would definitely force all of my assorted numbers. Although it doesn't quite force what happens to purple, I guess. Let's see. So yeah, if this doesn't leave, then yeah, then I guess it's at least 3. But we don't know exactly what to do with it, I guess, in that instance. Uh, up arrow in row 3, column 5. That's interesting. Okay, I like that. Up arrow in row 3, column 5. And yes, as Tristan says, do please like the stream if you have not yet done so. So that immediately forces an edge here, but also means this can't possibly be yellow. So that extends yellow down. It continues this, line. And now this green assuredly grows. which entraps something here, which also itself grows. Like that. Oh, oops. Why am I in... I did this again. Green grows. We get some orange thing over here. And some, I don't know, blue thing here, let's say. That was supposed to be blue. It wasn't blue. One that always gets me is when a biker is coming up behind you and says on your left, and that means you're supposed to figure out which one is left and then move the other way. It feels like that's an awful lot to do in the time before a biker hits you. Okay, we have created some amount of insanity here. I'm not necessarily sure that there's something like better for bikers to say. It's just a very complicated question. Yeah, the sort of like the only alternative is like move right, asshole, but that sort of doesn't sound like very polite for Midwesterners to say. Right arrow in row 1, column 7. Orange can't be 2 is a good observation. Because if orange is 2, then we know we get this structure, and that definitely doesn't work in terms of what happens with green. So yeah, so I guess, yeah, so right arrow from this is actually pretty cool. Let's see if that breaks. Is now orange grows, which makes green grow, which makes blue grow. Like that. Okay, so does this possibly work? So we have already noted that, in fact, so I guess maybe the natural way to do this was to first draw in that line has to be made, because I can't ever have this cell connect that way, because if that cell connects that way, then it certainly breaks green. And then as soon as that line is in, then orange has to grow. Oh, okay, and now this is pointing at here. So this is either 2 or orange as well. So yeah, it would be really nice if we could finally like make green be 5. Row 3, column 3 is a corner. That's a good point. Because yeah, this can't go that way and can't go that way. That is a good observation. So we know we do that. Okay, and the universe where these connect now is really obscene. Because the universe where these connect, green has to grow still beyond this to even get its length 2 segment. Uh, yep, I agree. If they don't connect, then green is 5. Yeah, green is either 5 or enormous. The option where it's 5 feels more natural. But it could end up the other way. In which case, then yellow is even more enormous. Okay. Here's a if this blue now points at yellow, I think that's interesting. Because if blue now points at yellow, we know blue isn't green. And so therefore blue is the length of yellow, which would force these to connect and would force blue to be 2. Because we know blue isn't green. Yeah, and so now blue is red, I suppose. Because it's now a 2 and it forces all of this. Yeah, that seems like a positive way to finally at least a little bit force this. Because yellow has 2 segments, one whose length is green and the other whose length is 1 or 2, and blue and green touch. Is why AFK. And so now this is a corner. So now this comes over here. These can't connect because that would break the double back rule. And so because of that, this is now a corner. So this has to do, oops. This has to do, oops. Oh, there we go. This has to do that now. That's just broken, right? I think, unfortunately, this is broken. Because green has now gotten too many visits. So yeah, so I think that the moral of the story is that arrow cannot be. Sadly. So I guess what we've learned is this cell, just like the other cell before it, this cell can't double enter green, because if this cell double enters green, then we end up with green having too many pieces inside it. So if this cell doesn't double enter green, oh, no, it can double enter green as long as it then comes up like that. The lines could join. Right. Okay, yeah, you're right. Wait, is that true? If I do that, that doesn't look like it works to me. Because what am I doing with this? Oh, I guess I could do that, right? Never mind, that would work. Okay, never mind. That would work, and then this could just go up. And this could go over. Never mind. Okay, yep, it's fine. Uh, uh, Tristan says it doesn't work. Uh, are you sure that doesn't work? Yeah, it looks fine to me. Uh, 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 was it actually broken when this was 2? Now I'm confused as to why it was broken when this was 2. Is it possible it wasn't actually broken when this was 2, or is there something else that I'm not thinking about? Uh, uh, Oh, it was broken when the 2 pointed to yellow. I see. Right. When the 2 pointed to yellow, it broke because of that. Yeah, because then yellow had to contain a 2 segment and etc. That was a problem. Okay. Blue, I suppose. Uh, so if this turns down, it definitely makes green bigger. Yeah, it's a shame. I liked the idea of sort of forcing what this is in some way. Uh, uh, yeah, it makes green suddenly huge because yeah, if green becomes big, green becomes really big. Uh, so here's a somewhat silly observation. If I put an arrow here, I think it forces green to be 5. Uh, because if green isn't 5, then green is enormous, and then yellow takes this, and now yellow points at green. So this arrow actually, in a subtle way, actually forces green to be 5. Uh, uh, do we agree with that statement? Is this cell always yellow? Actually, even without this arrow? No. Sorry, this could be yellow if green is 5. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay, but I think I like that because now it does, I think, force green to be 5, so we can fill in all of those, and it does therefore make this 3. So that's going to force this to continue. Oh, sorry, not necessarily that way, but it's going to force that to continue out. It's certainly going to force this down and this down. in order to make that true, which has then made this a corner. This is a corner, right? Okay, sorry, I've got to go back. Why not the second up? Oh, yes, why this not up? Right, sorry, that could go up. Right, sorry. Good point. But this does go down if I'm in the right mode. I long so much for the pen tool of, whatchamacallit, of Sudoku Pen. Okay, so this is a 2 and a 3, so I know that connects like that regardless. I know this doesn't go up. Oh, and because that doesn't go up, this does indeed go right like that. Yeah, I actually kind of like the version where it goes up better, actually. Do I know that purple isn't 2, Sarah? Purple's definitely 2 or 3. And likewise, this is 2 or 3. And this is 6 or 7. But actually, I think the version where this sort of connects around that way is, I think, more elegant, actually. Okay, this is 2 or 3. Let's see. I'm investigating for any sort of like double opportunities that don't work. If this is a 2, that definitely gets forced up. We've got a lot of loop tangle here. If yellow takes this cell, yellow becomes enormous. That is true. I can border orange. That feels productive. Thank you for those of you who gave me a thing to do. Yeah, I really want this to be forced here, but I don't want to do it in sort of a sloppy way. Row 2, column 6 can't go right. Oh, I didn't count row 2, column 6 correctly. This is row 2, column 6. You're saying that can't connect that way. Ah, yes. Because if it does, then it forces this to cross over there. And now this cell is left in the lurch. So yeah, so this this does not connect that way. So the point is, if this connects, sorry, I have to go back to this. If this connects this way, then this connects this way, and now this cell's not visited by either thing because of that, is the point. So that doesn't work, which actually gets us a The point is this cell goes either that way or that way. And so if this cell can't go this way, it has to go that way. And that's where the problem comes from. And so this has become a corner, funnily enough. So this cell's definitely connecting to the 2. Is it still possible that this cell does that? Or has that become impossible? No, I think it's still possible. Oh, I do know this is a 5, by the way. I can fill in the digits. Yeah, I kind of like the yellow connects here universe. If this connects right, then purple breaks. I don't see it. What's wrong with 5 plus 1? I think 5 plus 1 is okay, right? The single loop in purple takes all purple cells. Because then certainly purple goes. Ah. Yeah, so I guess the way to get there is to note that this cell never, these two can't connect because, oh, maybe that's not quite true. Sorry, I think it's not quite true actually. I was trying to articulate some nice way to get this. Let me just draw this in. So if this connects and that connects and that connects, then the problem is that this is yellow, and we have no way of sort of getting this out. Because if this comes down, this is a dead end, and if this goes that way, then that's a problem. Okay, well, that's horrible. But good spot for seeing that. So yeah, so it is true. Yeah, so the universe that I wanted, which is the universe where yellow is 5 plus 1, doesn't actually work. Uh, but not in a way that I am super enthusiastic about. Yeah, so yellow has to take this cell, but only in a way that is pretty messy. At least as far as I'm able to sort of see it. Uh, Yellow definitely takes this cell, but uh, so yeah, so we're gonna get something bigger than yellow, uh, which is okay. Things are allowed to be bigger than yellow. Uh, yeah, with the segment of length at least 6. Yeah, I'm just trying to sort of figure out the like nice way through this because like I agree. Now we have to sort of give away that that yellow actually does have to like a down arrow here or something do it. Not quite. Let's see. What else could we do here to sort of sort out all of these pieces? Uh, uh, how would I make purple yellow instead? Like if I change the arrow to point down instead of up? Uh, yeah, the point was to sort of force this this green over here. Uh, uh, yeah, we can try that. So basically replace these arrows with a downward pointing arrow here. Uh, won't work. Uh, says Emma. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I do feel like going back and maybe changing this this piece might lead somewhere interesting. So let's just try that. Uh, so if we do that, uh, then our puzzle, uh, we oops, still in the bifurcation loop. Uh, starts out like this. We still get that because of the way the arrows work here. So we do know that this grows at least to there. This grows at least to there. This is some other thing. If red stays at 2, then we do create a mini loop. So, sorry, if green stays at 3, we create a mini loop. That's the correct thing. So green grows, so yellow grows, so red is 2. And so that forces some lineage. Like that. I know this is some other thing that's also big. I know this line continues down. So I do know that green is at least 5. Row 1, column 4 doesn't even point at yellow yet, right? Because that was based on there being some other arrow over here. Now, it is true that this grows, so whatever it is, it's certainly at least that big. It doesn't take that cell. Yeah, purple growing right was essential, so we can have an upward arrow pointing at purple, because then it doesn't have to be green. It could be a different color. Let's try that. So let's see. Oops, not that. Let's try that. Just to sort of get us back. So purple grows, so green still has to grow. Yellow now has to grow and grow. Yellow assuredly can't point at orange. And yellow is, again, a minimum of 6, so yellow grows there at least. Now orange is green, if you look at it, because, again, this segment is not green, so now orange has to be green. Okay, which means orange grows again. Whatever this is, it's now a 2 or a 3, because we know that this is a 2 and a 3. So now, somehow, how did I get this thing? Yeah, these all connect. That's true. We don't know green is 5, correct? The question was whether this arrow still tells us that, and I don't think so, because did I delete some arrow over here? How did I ever get that this had to be a W? Right, we know that these up here. Oh, so the question is the question, can this be 2? Because if this is 2, that was the point. Okay, yeah, if this is 2, I then am forced to do that. And now that doesn't work. Because I know everything in here has size 2 or 3, or sorry, 2 or 3 or bigger. But if I do make this connection, like that, now I forced green to be at most, well, this can't connect to that because the loop would end, so this has to connect to that, and now I force green to be at most 4, which does not work. Can't have green be at most 4. So orange, in fact, does grow like that, which does make green grow. This thing is at least 2 and is now pink. And now, finally, we have our point, which is that if green does grow, so before it was if green grows by at least 2, or if green grows by at least 2 because of something to do with loop stuff. Right. So yeah, so yeah, there is some. Yeah, right. This is where we used this X, because this, if I take that line, then that was the point. Yeah, if I take this line, I make 3 segments in yellow. So this now is legitimately a corner, is the point. So we can put in our corner in the appropriate color. And so now, if green connects, then this is a segment of length at least 5. And so that then means green still has to grow by 2 more because green still needs a segment of length 2. And now yellow also ends up on this, and then I have yellow pointing at green and green pointing at yellow, and it breaks. So yeah, so if green does grow, green grows by a lot is the point. And so in particular, it pushes yellow and green onto this arrow in the wrong direction. So we do have all of that still working for us. So use composite loop mode. Aren't there like 75 composite loop modes? Anyway, the point is now green can't grow because it would force this backwards relationship, this Ouroboros relationship between yellow and green. It's a composite loop mode of your choice. Do you have a recommendation? Okay, and so orange is 3. Indeed, we can sort of fill in that there. And this is 2 or 3 for sure. Oh, and that certain this line assuredly comes over here. This line assuredly comes up here because of that. Yeah, purple is big now. Oh yes, and sorry, this line has come out of here because of that. Yes, if this joins like that, that's of course a problem because it has stranded this completely. So these join. Okay. So this connects to the length 2 piece on one end at least. Right. This now joins there because if I did that, it wouldn't be double visited. And so all of this was by way of asking ourselves if it's okay if yellow does this now. And it seems like it's maybe okay now. I certainly don't want it to end up being the case that green and yellow both point at purple. That would be crazy. Uh, Although I'm sure some in chat would enjoy it. Uh, well, purple we know is 4 plus. Purple's already got a 5 pointing at it, so purple is at least 6 in size. And purple could be the same size as yellow, but it can't actually be yellow, I don't think. But your ridiculously giant omino is supposed to come at the end, is the sort of the surprise twist. Yeah, is it possible this actually wraps around now? Right. Yeah, if these connect, right. Yellow's size is 6 or 7. I actually do definitively know that because it's got something of length 5 and then this, which is either length 1 or 2. Uh, 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 and we previously noted this can't actually point at this, which would be a natural way of resolving things. Let's see. Trying to sort of wrap my brain around what happens if this cell is purple or if this cell isn't purple. We did before conclude that pink couldn't be... I don't know if we concluded that pink couldn't be 2. I think we concluded that pink couldn't point at yellow, because if pink pointed at yellow, it did make pink 2, but also forced this over here, and that combination didn't work. It broke this in some complicated way. Yellow to the left makes a mini loop. Does it? Let's see. So I'm mentally trying to sort of map out like how we can extend any of this in some sort of natural way. I do know this is very big. And I don't know anything about this number yet. Yeah, purple is at least 6, but could be enormous. Of course, I really like the yellow going here version. Because then it also does stuff with purple. Let's see. Okay, well, I could put a, like, up arrow here. It could be a down arrow as well, whichever. Because I know this cell isn't purple. And so purple, which I know is at least 6 in size, therefore has to take these two. So that would at least do a little bit in terms of forcing stuff phenomenologically. And so now, if yellow does take this, now purple is a minimum of 11 in size, because it will be yellow plus green exactly. So, yeah, purple would be 11 or 12 in that universe. Otherwise, just that's yellow. But the loop wouldn't work. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're completely right. Yeah, these two would need to connect because they can't go through here. Actually, wait, no, that one could have length 5, right? Oh, no, it makes a little loop. Right. These two ends can't connect. Because if these two ends are in fact the ends of different pieces, because if those two do connect, we immediately have a mini loop. So if we do pull yellow down, we create the mini loop. So I think that does force yellow here. Which of course forces purple here. You can just go ahead and make those blue. Okay, and so now yellow definitely can't come here, because if yellow comes here, yellow does not have an appropriate shape to be visited exactly twice. So, so yellow is done. The line comes here. Yellow is a 6. Oops. And that means the line has to do that and that. Which means this is a corner. Which means this is a corner, right? Now this is a corner. Row 2, column 5. Right, this now definitely goes down. Agree. So purple is 8. That's true. Because purple, we know, has a length 3 thing and a length 5 thing. That's true. We know that this is 3 or 5. I suppose I can also fill in, and this is 3 or 5, and this is 3 or 5. Oops. Ah! Okay, well, this definitely can't connect that way. Oh, here's where I should use my composite mode. Uh, yeah. Oh, this is an edge helper X. Oops. This is a border. And it does not go that way. And so this is a corner. So, oops. So my line does that. I really need to learn to use this composite thing. But in particular, that means that there's an edge. Oh, maybe not. I was going to say that means there's an edge between these, but not necessarily. Right? Yeah, this could still be a 5 and get clipped by one thing at a later date and time. Yeah, so one of these is 5, but maybe all of them are 5. This is a corner. That's a good point, yes. We can grab that. Okay. Okay, this is starting to come together better. Row 2, column 7. Is that row 2, column 7? Oh, is it that these two can't connect? I'm not quite sure. Row 2, column 6 goes up or left, right? This connects to the 2. So right. So this never goes this way because whatever this connects to becomes a 2. So this can't come over here because it would be a second 2, is the point. So we need to mark that. For that. And so this is a corner. Oops. Agree. So these either connect that way or that way, I guess, is a different way of seeing the same thing. Which is, I guess, going to be a slightly tricky thing to resolve, potentially. Let's see. I do enjoy all these sort of by values that we end up getting out of this. Pink could resolve it if pink is 2. That's true. So yeah, these can't all be 3. So yeah, there's a border of, I'm trying to think some clever way to use these 3 5s. Like we could even like put in an extra 3 5 here if we wanted to take advantage of the 3 5 stuff. Or like an extra 3 5 here or something. Like I guess if there's an extra 3 5 here, it pushes purple down. No, this could still be 5 if it looks like that, I guess. Row 7. Row 4, column 5. Wouldn't an arrow left from row 4, column 5 make this a 1? An up arrow from here is interesting. It certainly does resolve a lot if it doesn't break. Oops. So now the blue goes there, and now the blue. Now this has to be a 4. Because we know that now this is a 5. Oops. 3. Oops. Now this is a 5, and this is a 4, and that's a 4. Like that. The arrow cannot be 2. Yeah, blue is now green, right? That's absolutely correct. Them merging, or sorry, them splitting off might have been more interesting. I'm not sure. Yeah, that would sort of push yellow over here. Let's see. I kind of want to play around just a little bit with if we didn't actually force this to right. If we didn't actually force this, or maybe if we tried to force it the other direction. Because I think we might get sort of more dynamic stuff if we force these to be 3s and a 5. Like a right arrow there. Might do interesting things, or an up arrow here even. Would again be a 3 or a 5, and we'd have to sort of toy exactly how we want these 3 5s to work. Which could be interesting. 5 column 4 down arrow. Yeah, that's very clever. That's very clever. AFK suggestions, I put a down arrow here. So that's going to put an edge there and force whatever thing this is. I guess I shouldn't make it that color. So whatever thing this is over here, in particular, this 3 or 5 is definitely makes pink 2, which I guess is going to be a big problem in colors in a second. That's a cool little discovery. Let's see if it breaks. So I guess I should make pink red. Oh, right. It just means it's not... Sorry, it just means red can't be 3 at the same time. Sorry, no, it doesn't actually immediately... Yeah, pink could be 3 as long as pink goes over there. Never mind. Yeah, if the new red is 5, it's okay. Never mind. Okay. Boop. I kind of want to try and use this loop structure in some way. So if we put an arrow down here, it forces us to have like a 5 and then whatever. Same idea as before. I was kind of just hoping we could use the geometry slightly more fancifully over down here. So yeah, if this is a 3, that's a 5. Is I guess the answer. I kind of want to draw extra arrows involving the 8. And see if I can do something. But I don't quite see what to do with it yet. Like the... Okay, I think maybe if I put an arrow here to push the 8 down, and then I saw this in my head. No, not quite. In my head, I saw it for a second, and then it went away. Yeah, we can do a down arrow from here, and that'll force a rather fancy 5. Yeah, let's try that. Sort of the opposite of the direction. It's the same idea that AFK had earlier, but going the opposite direction. So, oops, wrong mode. So that's going to create a row 7. Oh, I see. Okay, let's see. Sorry, row 7, column 1. Yeah, here they joined, but they end up joining into a 5. But yeah, let's see. So row 7, column 1. Is that one? Is row 7, column 1. Uh, or arrow up in row 8, column 1. Let's see. So let me understand what this is doing exactly in either case. So must join the 3, 5 above it. Yeah, so yes. So the point is now if this tries to be a 5, and it takes that segment, it breaks because you end up with a 5 that's everything. If it tries to be a 5 that doesn't take that segment, it breaks because it's because this now becomes only of size 1. So that means this is a 3. And it's a 3 that must do that. So end up with this sudoku. That ends up being a 3, which means this indeed is a 5. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to finish this today. We will see exactly how that ends up. Okay, so this 5 has a 2 in it and a 3 in it. I guess we now know. So we could use this 3 bullying this to force the 5 over and force the 8 over. So just like I was, so just that cell is what I was picturing. Because that means this can't be green, because this green doesn't have anything larger than 3 in it. Oh, oops, I'm back in the wrong mode again. So that grows green, which grows purple, which grows this 3, 5. Oh, sorry, yellow is like the worst choice that I could make. I guess I should make this orange just to mirror the fact that it's a 3. This is an 8. Sorry, it is an 8. We can put an edge there, an edge there. And remember, this is a length. This is a length thingy thing. This is a length 5 path, so it definitely doesn't leave. Which means this is a corner. So again, this cell can't be purple, actually. Because if it was, this would not be a length 5 path. So we actually get an edge there. Thank you, AFK. Good luck to you as well. So my it has been suggested blue here continues. Line continues over here. Which then forces this over here. I think this is either going to break or do a whole lot. So now we get this edge in here, right? This is an 8. We need one more along the path, along the 8. I guess if this is a 3, then this joins up and that's a 2. Because we need to not sort of connect everything together. Row 5, column 5 can't extend up. Is this row 5, column 5? It is. Can draw an edge along there. What breaks? Oh, row 5, column 6. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's the easier thing. That's sort of what I was turning out of my head. Yeah, this loop needs to connect up, because if it doesn't, this becomes a corner, and there's nothing I can make pink that doesn't break. So that has to do that. I think technically that's been true for since time immemorial. We could have drawn this piece in, but now it is sort of more directly relevant. This cell can't be blue because it would be a 5 touching a 5. Very astute. Oops. Dagnammit. How did this become unset to that? I don't know. 3, 5. So now this is either a 2 and a 1 or a 2 and a 3. So if these join up, this ends up doing... Oh, not quite. Not quite sure. One of these is the last 8. I do know this is a 5 that has a 2 and a 3 in it. Somewhere we need a 5 with a 4 and a 1 in it. We somehow don't have any 5s with a 4 and a 1 in them yet. If this isn't pink, it's part of its own omino, which is kind of weird, but maybe possible. Let's see. I'm going to take a quick stretch. I'll be back in just a moment. Wrong mode. There we go. I am back. Da, 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 da. Okay, so we've got some pointing down at row 4, column 6. Oh, down in row 4, column 6. So if this points down from here, then this would have to be... yeah, okay, because it couldn't be a 2. I get it. Okay. Shape. So down arrow here. And so the point is, this is pointing at something where the options are 1, 2, and 3. 1 is never an option in this puzzle. 2 is not an option phenomenologically, so this is definitely a 3. And if that's a 3, it means this is definitely a 5. So we can green it appropriately, as we all know. That is the true color. So then the funny question, I guess, is this a 2 next to a 3, or is this or is this all part of 1, 3? And do I know the answer to that question? I don't 100% know that I know the answer to that question. Right, because this could be just 1, 3, or this 3 could come out, I think. I do know there's an arrow in here, which continues at least part of the way into a 3. Maybe we can get like a Y in here or something. Who knows? And I do know one of these is the last 8. I think this is deadly unless pink is 2. That is a good thing to pay attention to. Yeah, you'd have to like make sure there has to be some global way to make it so that one of those loops creates a little loop and one of them doesn't. Won't it always be the case that if you've got one pair of loop ends, then there'll only be one way to connect them? Like that? Is it possible to have a single deadly pattern of loop ends like that in a loop puzzle? It feels to me like... Yeah, so... Because you're going to sort of... If you imagine we've gotten down to this being the only 2x2 that's unresolved, you can follow this end all the way around until it comes back here. And it's either going to come back there, in which case you know how to connect it. It'll come back here, in which case the puzzle is broken. Or it'll come back here. And if it comes back there, then connecting these is broken, so you have to connect these. So I don't think it's possible. That's not to say that I don't want to resolve it so I can stop thinking about this piece of the puzzle, but I don't think it's possible that you have a deadly pattern of loop ends like that at the end of a puzzle. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. If we ever repeat that pattern, then we end up with a deadly pattern. So we need to make sure we didn't ever repeat this exact structure. Then I absolutely agree that would be a problem. So is there some elegant way to force this to be twos that might do a lot for us? Uh, uh, let's see. Well, what I could do is I could force the 5 over here one way or the other. And if I force the 5 over here and put a downward pointing arrow there, I think that uh, makes it so... Oh, no, that could be a 2. Never mind. Uh, 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 yeah, we can leave it in C for now. Kind of want to use the fact that one of these two is 8. I could put an arrow here that points at both of those. And an arrow that points at both of those would have to be a 3 or a 5. I don't know that that's super exciting. Uh, I do know this 5 has to continue for 2 in some direction. It could be those 2, or it could be like that 2, or this 2, or whatever. This I know is at least relatively large. Because this I know has a thing of length 3. And it's pointing at something that then has a thing of length at least 5. So we do have... I did never draw in this edge, actually. But whatever this is, it's quite big. At least 6, I suppose, is what we mean by quite big in this instance. Yeah, it can be 4 if it looks exactly like that. I think. But that still means this is at least 6. Or an L, right, or an L, if the loop end turns there. That is fair. So I'm trying to sort of see if there's a nice way to make that have to be green. An arrow here would do it. I was trying to see if I could get away with doing it with an arrow here, but I don't think so. I could put a double arrow out of this cell, and that would certainly force this to be green. In fact, it would actually force that to be green as well. It would actually force like the entire structure of this. It would be an F pentomino. Uh, 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 Ah, yellow. So putting an arrow down here would make this. I kind of actually wanted to make this be huge by putting an arrow from the 5 pointing at it, because I know actually this could be a 5. Uh, so it could be 2 5s pointing at it. Otherwise, it would be huge. Uh, uh, the opposite of what I did before would also be kind of cute. I could make both of these cells point at this cell, in which case then I'm saying this thing has something of length 8 and something of length the other number. So that would sort of make it sort of, these are the two things. I like doing that, although I'd probably prefer to do it on something where one of them isn't 8. Uh, let's see. Well, I do know that these two are in the same omino, I suppose. Uh, might as well mark that. If I put an arrow this way, pointing at the blue omino, then I think that does a lot. Let's try that. Because now it's definitely not yellow. Oops. Wrong mode. Am I still doing this right? Yep. Okay. Like that. And so my blue has to keep coming around under here. And remember, blue can be 4. My yellow has to go there. My green has to go here. Oh, this is still blue. And whatever this is certainly comes out like that. So the yellow keeps going. So the green keeps going. So the purple finishes. So this green keeps going. Oh boy, that did a lot. Probably a dangerous amount. Okay. Oh, and that green is now done. So those are both 5, and we know the line continues along there. Oh, finish the loop in the completed 8, yes. And also probably write the digit 8 in the completed 8. There's the 5 over there. We know there's a line through those two as well. So we know the remaining pieces over here connect. This yellow is again at least 6. Okay, so this red can't be 2, right? Because there's no way that there is a thing of length 2 in here, because there is a thing of length 3. And if it's that, then this thing has length 1. So there's no way this has a thing of length 2 and a thing of length 3. So this isn't a 2. This is at least 3. Do I know that that's not red? I don't think so. Right. If this goes down, we're in the same, Josh points out, we're in the same situation we've previously been in, where if this goes down, I've now split the remaining yellow in half, and then I can't fix it with one piece. Okay. Yeah, if this is blue, then blue is at least 7. So it could be red, it could be blue, or it could be other. I was hoping it couldn't be red, but I don't think that's true, unfortunately. Uh, an up arrow here would assuredly say it's neither blue nor red. A left arrow there or something. But I stand by red isn't 2. Let's see. Red is very likely to be 3. Okay, so a downward pointing arrow from here would be okay, I think. I don't think it gives away anything horrendous, and it does force red and yellow to sort of continue over like that. Let's see. This cell being red is broken for complicated reasons, or this cell being red is broken for complicated reasons? This cell being red makes yellow 5. Oh, wow. Yeah, it totally does. Yeah, it immediately makes yellow 5. In fact, just blue can't be 4, right? Blue being 4 makes yellow 5, right? Because this is part of something of length 1 or 2. And so, yeah, so blue has to grow, right? Oh, yellow could be 6, right? Because they could go that way and then 4. So yellow can be 6. Yeah, so if blue is 4, yellow is 6 is what's actually true, right? So the this can't go this way, though, in that universe. Right, but it can't be 6 if it's 4 plus 1. Uh, 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 yeah, so we have to be a little bit careful about this being the world where yellow ends up being 5 accidentally at the end. So if this goes right, blue grows. Is the weird thing that happens. Uh, 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 Okay. So yeah, it's a question of whether these two connect or not, really. Those two do connect. I get this corner. This becomes huge. Yellow becomes huger. If what Laffy says is true, Gary, and then red always does have to grow right. But I haven't quite been able to hold it all in my head yet at the same time to think about it. Okay, Garian says think about it as if blue is 4, then what happens to red? If blue is larger than 4, it certainly makes red grow. If blue is 4, then we certainly end up extending this under. I don't think I understand the if blue is 4, then red goes right business. These would be connected by loop. Yeah, we can get the red lines in. So if blue is 4, then we definitely have that. And now we have to connect these two because otherwise we have a 5 connecting to a 5. We have to extend that and that. And that. This is a corner. So that continues over there. Why can't we just make this red and call it good? That's the thing I'm not seeing. So I think it's okay for row 10, column 3 to be red and be the only red cell. That I know red has to grow, but but I think there's still options. Now, if these connect, crazy things happen. Now, here's the thing I could do that I've sort of talked about doing before but haven't yet. If I do this, then the fact that red grows tells me this is definitely a 2. And I think that's going to force... I mean, it might force too much, but it's definitely going to force a lot. If I am correct, right? So let's see if this breaks or not. So that's going to be 2. And the reason it's 2 is because it definitely points at red because we've proven that red has to grow. And at this point, red can't be larger. I guess technically we only know it's 2 or 3, right? Because maybe blue... No. Maybe blue could be... Sorry, maybe blue could be 5. In any event, we still definitely get... Oops. We still definitely get that. This definitely extends under, and it's at most 2 or 3. Did we prove that this can't be yellow? Oh, maybe it could be yellow, actually. These can't join anymore, though. That's certainly true. So this might be able to get a... Oh, no. This can't be yellow, because if it's yellow, then yellow is forcing something huge into this space that I know is now small. So yeah, this really can't be yellow, but I did not think of the possibility. You're right. Oh, row 9, column 4 being yellow. Yeah, I think it could be yellow. But in this case, this definitely can't connect down, because then I could never get a 3 in here. Oops, sorry. We can go back to green. Like that. Okay, and now blue does have to end, because blue needs to have a 3. And so so this does indeed need to be that, and so now red is 3. So we get our line coming over here. Okay, and so now we do need to connect these to avoid a 5 touching a 5. And so this comes over, this extends. Orange is 2. We get those lines, and it's broken. Okay, good to know. Well, it does a whole lot and then breaks. Good to know. Okay. So I really only need an arrow. If I put an arrow pointing up here, then I think that still tells me it can't be blue. Because if blue goes on to become huge, it will make red huge and break, right? Shape. Oops, sorry, not that one. So if this cell were to become blue, then we know this thing. Remember, we know this is not 2. So, sorry, I had to say this in my right brain. If blue were to grow out to here, that then creates a problem, because then red grows over to here, and now the world is broken, because red is pointing at blue, so blue can't point at red. So so that doesn't work. And so now these can't join, because blue can't make it that far. So now we get basically what we got before, but hopefully with less breaking the puzzle. We'll see. We might not successfully not break the puzzle. We'll find out. This extends. Now Now this is a 3. And so, right. And blue is done, right? Have to remember all the different like implications of these arrows. Therefore blue is 4, and because blue is 4, I can't have this be a 1 segment, or it would be a 5 touching a 5. So we have to do that, and yellow is in fact 6. And now this continues, and this continues. This is a corner. So this can't connect down. Because if this connects down, I kill that dead end. Oh, in fact, actually, just this connects. This just continues, right? Sorry, I was trying to do that in a really complicated way. And so now that can't be read. So this is. Which finishes up that, making that a 3. Oh, there's an edge here. This line continues. We've got these two are the same color, whatever that color may be. Now, yellow is on a path of length 4 that goes at least, or at most, this far. So yellow continues to here at least. Now, that could be yellow or could not be yellow. If it's yellow, then this is a 2 or a 4. But it doesn't have to be yellow. But that resolved that gnarly mess over there, at least. Oh, right. This can't be a 2. Right. So this is at least a 4. Because, yeah. And it can't be a 2 because of double back rules. It can't be a 3 because of Philomeno rules. So it's at least a 4, which makes it seem very likely that that's just yellow. But what can you do? Right. This can't go down anymore, Josh points out, because if it does, then the yellow would end. And we can't have that. So this line, in fact, continues over there. Let's see. It would make perfect sense for the 6 to go down there or keep going over here. I kind of like the idea of it being like this like Y shape that you normally couldn't do in a loop puzzle like this. But who knows? Okay, at least one of these is a 6. If I did draw an arrow here, it would certainly force this whole structure. Row 9, column 5. Right, row 9, column 5 can't connect up and down, because if it does, it will create a mini loop. So this always connects that direction. Let's see. So if this isn't part of the 6, this thing is going to be enormous and continue out like that, right? I guess in theory, the 6 could actually finish like this. Uh, yeah, right. This needs to be whatever this number is. It's at least 5. Uh, Yep, this needs to go right to avoid mini loopage. I agree with Matt Laffey there. Uh, uh, I can draw an arrow here and have it immediately break. I guess I could draw the arrow that way. No, that also breaks. Right. I guess the point is this cell can't be blue. Oh, maybe it can be. As long as this loop continues here. It's if this loop goes up, this can't be blue. Perfect time to add a no 2x2 rule. Oh, Lord. I do love arrow puzzles with negative constraints. Although, if we were going to use a negative constraint, we would have needed to do that probably from a little bit earlier. So if this isn't a 6, then it's something that grows out like this. Yeah, a little bit messy. So I can't have an arrow here pointing left. Can I have an arrow here pointing right? I think that I can do. I think that's okay. As far as I can tell. And so the point is that does make blue grow because blue currently doesn't have 2 loop segments. And blue isn't 3, so blue has to grow at least 1 more time. But now this has to be yellow because there's nothing else it can be. And so now blue is 4. And so blue is done. And that means that this line can't connect up. It breaks the loop. Oh, yep. It's broken. Yep. Yep, because the 6 was going to end up being a 5. Oh, oops. Oh. Sorry, that part was still true. Uh, does it always break if blue doesn't go right? Oh yeah. This line was still good. Yeah. So yeah, if blue doesn't take this cell, I think it does in fact always break. Uh, 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 I mean, it probably will feel better if I note that. Oh, the loop can come down here. Sorry, I was gonna say the loop can't come down here. I think it can. Let's see, can yellow come down here? Yes, if that's yellow, that's all okay, right? But yeah, I think blue not being able to come here forces blue. If blue doesn't come here, it forces blue to take this path, which then ultimately breaks yellow because of this cell here. I think it's still okay if blue is a T, though, Matt Laffey. I think that's still okay. Oh, maybe not, actually. It might not even be okay. No, it might be okay then. I think it would be okay then. Uh, uh, anyway, let's try and add some sort of clue to make it so no one who solves this puzzle will ever have to think about this madness. Yeah, I agree this has to be blue, but I don't really want the solver to have to do any of what we just did. So I want to add a clue that makes it clear that that's not the case. For which I kind of want to add like an arrow here pointing left or something like that, maybe. Or an arrow here pointing right. Whichever way we do it will sort of force the boundary there. Row 10, column 6 up. Row 10, column 6 up, huh? It forces this cell to be blue. Right, okay, yes. Okay, I like it. Oh, no, maybe, sorry, maybe it doesn't force this to be blue. I was thinking if this isn't blue, then it forces blue to look like this, and now this thing points at blue, but I don't think that's a problem. Okay, I don't think that quite does it cleanly enough. What about right from here? Right from here, I think, does it. What because now if this is now if this isn't blue, blue can't get to the 4 it needs to get. So now that has to be blue. And now one of these is definitely blue. And whichever one is blue, it blocks me from fitting a like size 48 piece here. So now this just has to be yellow. So now one of these is the 6. This is something at least mediumly large. I think it's okay whichever of these is blue as it currently sits, though. Yeah, blue is 4. Sorry, yeah. In my head, I had filled that in, but I had not actually. So yeah, so blue is really 4. And so really one of these two is blue. Oh, I guess this is now... No, this is not a corner, sorry. Yeah, one of these two is 6. It's that one, that's the 4. Oh, that doesn't work. Right? I don't think this can be the 6. I think it takes a second to see it, but if this is the 6, this becomes a corner. Oh, never mind. I think it's fine. Never mind. I think it's fine. Yeah, maybe it's fine all the time. No matter what I do. This thing is relatively large. Hey, AFK, how are you doing? Row 9, column 5 being 4. It makes that the 6, I believe. I think it's okay. Oh, sorry. If this is 6, what does it do to the 4? Sorry, you asked the opposite question. Right. This is always 4 or 6. Because if it's some other thing, it breaks the 4. I agree with that. This is always 4 or 6. Yeah, one of these two is 6. If I put an upward pointing arrow from here, okay, that's good. Yeah, there's always a border here. So that's always a border. I agree, because if this is the 4, then it's the last 4, and if it's the 6, then it's the last 6. Oh, we can make this orange for consistency. I agree, that is a good idea. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not going to have time to finish this today. I'm going to stop in a little bit, but I want to sort of like finish this thought at least about this area down here. Row 8, column 6. Yeah, left arrow there has to be a 2. I don't think we've done anything that will be sort of circumvented by this. But that does indeed force my 6 to come down here, forces my 4 to come here, and forces that to be a 2. Like that. 2s are, I suppose, red. We can finish that edge like that to stay within the 6, that over there. Feels like we should be able to finish this 2, but I'm not actually sure we can finish the 2. Immediately. Oh, but I think I have to make this vertical connection, because if I make this, if I don't make this vertical connection, then I definitely break the 2. So I certainly have to do that. So that is appreciated in any event. And now one of these 2 is a 2. But that's pretty nice. All right. I think I'm going to wrap up there for the day. Just take a look at the blank grid versus the completed grid. I think there's a lot of logic crammed in here per arrow. It's amazing how many of the arrows are on the border. I wasn't really sort of picking up on that as we did this. But I think this is off to a fun start. I think this is going to be a difficult puzzle, although maybe it is only difficult for my brain. But I will... borders are powerful, it's true, especially in loop puzzles, especially in puzzles where you have to visit every single cell. I look forward to hearing, by the way, some people are going to go calculate how many ways there are to do a simple loop star battle in 10 by 10 and perhaps in larger sizes to know if it's at all feasible, the thing we actually started with, because we started with a completely different idea and we have sort of ended up here. But anyway, I am going to wrap up stream there for today. Thank you to everyone for hanging out and helping. I think puzzles usually end up turning out pretty much smoother because of the help of all of you, so I greatly appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. You can do that by giving a thumbs up, or if you want to contribute financially, you can do that by clicking the $sign. Thank you to all of you who do. And last but not least, thank you to all the turbines: Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.